Nafziger out of Nevada. There's a big speed roadster on the left lane. Mike Boehner on the stop workshop. Go Lithium, Goodyear. Larice Motorsports Insurance. $991.8. Chris Nafziger by 12. 10 thousandths. Takes out Mike Boehner. Boehner left first by 13. But he was 14 behind compared to the 990 index. And Chris Nafziger, 1 thou plus 2 10 thou equals 12 10 thousandths. Woo, math. Chris Nafziger got it done. Brian Morris, Matt Treadway up next. Little whomp down there for Matt Treadway and win. Dead on 4, got it done. Brian Morris, better reaction time. But Brian Morris comes back 19 thou behind Matt Treadway, who's dead on 4 to get the win. As Kerry Cost and Darren Dolezal are up next. Set in the pits, Comp Eliminator and Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2. Needed a lane, please. Comp and Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2 to the lanes. Kerry Cost, 998.1 for the win here. Darren Dolezal goes 10.05. It wouldn't run the number, but he was 001 on the tree. That's going to hurt. No way around it. When you go 001 and you waste it because you can't run the number, that is tough. Kerry Cost, 998 off the gas down there to take the win. Steve Williams and Ed DeStout. Pull the way on the green. Ed's going to get way out there. Ed just showed Steve half the state of California, and here comes Williams trying to chase him down on the top, and no! Double breakout goes to Stout. 988.1 beats 987.9. Ed DeStout got there first by 7 thou. He was 2 thou closer to the number. Steve Williams out in round 2 of both Super Comp and Super Gas. Things that don't happen a ton. Paul Weichman and Brad Pierce. And they're both away on the green. Paul Weichman's dead on 3, 145, got it done. Got there first by almost 300. It's dead on 3. That's good enough to bounce Brad Pierce. Greg Ventura. And a car that we still don't have a tech card for. How are we in round 2 when we don't have a tech card? Come on, folks. Be better. Be better, please. Help your local racetrack announcer fill out a tech card. You know who else you're going to help? Your division director and your raceway staff. See, there's a lot of people going to help. See? I still don't have a name. And they're perfect on the tree. And they won again. It's John. John's perfect. John goes 988 on a 987. I know you know. I wasn't complaining to you, Matt. Oh, I was. I'm trying to convince him to help us out so that I can compliment him on his amazing skills of cutting lights. He came and talked to you, so he feels bad about it. Oh, he's got survivor's guilt. Got it. Brent McKinney and Janice Hogan. Hey, Top Sportsman, you come on down as well. I think Comp's like here already. Right. Top Sportsman Motorcycle, you should be right behind him. Yeah, I see Comp rolling. Sportsman Motorcycle, you should be right behind him. Top Sportsman, why don't you join him, please? Come on down. Brent McKinney is going to get the win here. 89.9 beats an 86.7 and a double breakout. Brent got there first. Brent's max time 0.11. Janice was 0.50. Not good. Not when your opponent 0.11. Lindsey Larson and Dennis Paz. Dennis Paz won this race 20 years ago in this truck. Well, Dennis Paz is not going to win this race 20 years later. He's 991, but he was 076. Lindsey Larson, 17 on the tree, 927. That's enough. Roger Cato and Bill Bottolo. Bottolo, the Newmark Transport, Aloha Specialties. Seas Candy, Grand Am, out of Nevada. Roger Cato from Las Vegas. A couple of cars that were dying to be pro stock cars. Instead, they're stuck in super gas, and Bill Bottolo gets it done 92-0 for the win. What happened to Roger down there, but he had to lift. Goes 10.07. Marco Pervolaris, Ray Cordero. Marco's already advanced to round 3 in Super Comp. $989 Marco Pervolaris wins the double breakout, and he got there first. Ray Cordero's 985-0, but he was 73 on the tree, and so often the case, Better Light wins the double breakout. Especially when the Better Light has 600s on you, and that 600s belong to Marco Pervolaris. Ryan Giaccone, Evan Kowalski. Dead on 5, Evan Kowalski with an 011 light, 16,000 total package for Kowalski. Ryan Giaccone was 23 on the tree, lock out, 992.5, Evan Kowalski. Moved on. And here's Gary Hesselbrock and Trent Langen. A little moppy on the starting line. Stand by. Dead on 5, Trent Lingen after Gary Hasselbrock went red. That delay will do that to you sometimes. He's 037 reds. You either really late or red, I feel like, with 1 to 2 cars when you sit on the line after a burnout for a while. Gary was 89.9. He had a race car to race. But he was 37 red. Mike Wibbleshauser. Martin Lamas. Both away on the green. (92.3) beat the 93.8 by 3/10,000. Martin Lamas knocks out the number 5 runner in the world a year ago. Mike Wibbleshauser done by 3/10,000. Here's Gary McNocka and Brian Downer. Brian Downer and Gary McNocka away on the green. Top Sportsman, final call. Final call for Top Sportsman. Need you to lane, please. Dead on 8, McNocka. Good enough. 89.3 for Ryan Downer, who got there first by 200s, broke out by 7,000. There was a window. Brian Downer, but he didn't get it woed up. Here's Lorene Rogers and Greg Harrison. Greg Harrison's 13 on the tree, 996 for the win. Lorene Rogers went 987.4. Greg almost let Lorene back into this one. But Lorene was 80 on the tree, and believe it or not, a 77 pack is good enough to lock out your opponent. Here's Paul Nero and Dave Gotts. Bad Torque Systems vet on the left side. The Maui-style Grand Am on the right. Dave Gotts by 1 thou to get done. Dead on 6 with a 14 light. Paul Nero's 008 and 91.3. 17 ten-thousandths of a second. The margin at the stripe. Dave Gotts got it done to take down Paul Nero. And here's Lindsey Meserve and Xavier Zimeno. Final pair. Xavier Zimeno's 22 red. Final pair is going to end in a red light. Lindsey Meserve heads to round 3 in the Barracuda. It was 989.8 in the process. That car is set up pretty good right now as well. Lindsey Meserve off to round 3 of Super Gas. That's going to do it. We head to the semifinals of Compliminator. Those are coming your way next. Sportsman Motorcycle, Top Sportsman. You should both be in the lanes as well. Super Street, listen up. Super Street, I know the original schedule has you running behind alcohol. We are ahead of schedule, which means so are you. Merry Christmas. That is my 2-month early Christmas present to you. Super Street, round 3. Need you to lanes, please. You have a little bit of time. We got to run comp. We got to run Sportsman Motorcycle. And we got to run Top Sportsman. But it's not like we've got a million of each of them. So, Super Street. Start getting them off the chargers. Put some fuel in them. Get the tires checked. And start rolling this way for your round number 3. Mort is en route with said ladders for that. Round 2, Comp Eliminator. Big matchup here between Josh Lee and Andy Mowick. Joshua Lee, the H Econo Altered, 952 in the index for Josh. Number one qualifier in the left lane. Pro Trans Racing, Dustin Lee Racing Engines, that's his bro. Jimmy JJ, the whole team. Bantam Altered with the Honda motor in it. And Andy Mowick, who's out of Southgate. BuyHerPlants.com on the side of that car. Double A altered on methanol. Andy was the only car in round one that had to take a little bit of a hit. It was a little bit, but he took one. Number 3 qualifier. Andy Moak was 30 on the tree, but Josh Lee was 005 and gets there. 903, 134 for the win. Josh Lee takes down Andy Moak. Andy's not a 654-1, 179. He had the shootout early. He bailed early, but I don't think he was going to get there, just being honest. 903 for Josh Lee, 134. Josh actually had some in the bank as well. And again, manages to save the index. Joshua Lee climbed all over the Christmas tree. He was 005. He did not leave Andy any opening. It'll be a semifinal finish for Andy Mowick here in the first race. And here's Don Beavers and Ryan Pretty. Don Beavers, 853 the index. That's the pro in the left lane. A Supermod. Ryan Pretty, 711 the index. The reigning world champion. A Altered Automatic, the pro stock car with a giant motor in it. And a 3-speed, and they're both green. Neither driver crushed a tree. Ryan Pretty got there. 661, 183 for the win for Ryan Pretty. Wow. And I mean, he ran right on where he could be to save it. Don Beavers goes 810, 168. Don would have needed to climb all over the Christmas tree to have a chance at Ryan there. Ryan was 123. Ryan Pretty is going to race Josh Lee in the final of Comp Eliminator. And here comes Sportsman Motorcycle. Reggie McKay and Clayton Howie. Clayton Howie is out of Hanford. Got a baby girl now. Races at this track regularly on to Kawasaki. So winner of this event last year. 845 the dial-in. Reggie McKay has dialed 1020 on the Harley. Give it to Clayton Howie, 858 on an 845. Clayton was 15 on the tree. Reggie McKay with 155. The Matthews Harley-Davidson bike didn't get off the line very good, and that was the big difference. 858, 137 for Clayton Howie. Rick Newport, Terry Turner. 825 is good enough for Rick Newport on 824. How about being one above with a 41 light to ride around Terry Turner? Terry was 018 on the tree, had the starting line advantage, but Rick Newport drove around 825 on an 824. And here's Andy Manning and Lonnie Woodruff. Clayton Howie's going to race Rick Newport in one semifinal. The winner here is going to get Mr. Midland. Was a solo shot in the other side. Woodruff and Manning both off the line. They both did their job up here. And at the finish line, Andy Manning does his better down there. Lonnie Woodruff took too much. 9:05.3 on a 9:10, breaking out. Taking 800s was 006. Manning was 15 on the tree. 747 on a 72 dial. And that's good enough. Andrew Manning moves on to race Tom Medlin. Tom Medlin has dialed 818. The Suzuki on the right side. 4-time division champion. Tom Medlin, 819.3 on an 818 with a 009 light on a solo run. How about that? That's pretty good, right? It's going to do it for Sportsman Motorcycle. And Top Sportsman is in the water box. Mara Sylvia and Rich Okerman are going to kick things off. Mara kicked things off in round one of the win light, so she figured why not beat the first one out again. Hey, this announcement feels like it's kind of very late in the game, but we are right-hand side dial-in track, folks. Right-hand side for the dial-in. Right-hand side. I believe that we're heading to round 3 and everything after this round. Yeah, I'm just letting you know. You know what, Matt? Look, I'm doing a service to the people, okay? Trying to help them out. Right-hand side track, folks. Mara Sylvia and Rich Okerman. Mara's dialed 692, the Applied Nitrous Technology SoCal Nitrous and Race Fuels car. And Rich Okerman, the Beretta on the right lane. One of the most recognizable cars in the country, I feel like. It's a car, you go, there's Rich Okerman. Wouldn't be a top sportsman race on the West Coast without Rich Okerman. Rich Okerman, 721.9, 184 is good enough for the win at a 15 light. Mara Sylvia's 5 above with a 37 light, and neither one of those are going to play, and Rich Okerman punches his ticket to the quarterfinals. Joe Standard and Monty Green. The GXP Standard. He lives in Lake Havasu. Monty Green lives in Mesa. They're both Arizona natives. Monty builds motors. Big, fast ones. Nitrous plugged into that Stratus on the right side. His wife Tanya turns on the computer in the back of that car. Monty's dialed 687. Excuse me, hiccups. The hiccups have attacked. 687 the dial for Monty. 710 the dial for Joe. Monty Green, 689.5, 195, gets it done, taking 8,000 strike. Joe Stannard was 712 on a 710. Monty was 013. Joe was 020. Monty Green to the quarterfinals. Bill Knudsen and Rob Mendenhall. Super Street, final call. Need you here, please. Super Street. Bill Knudsen dialed 716. Rob Mendenhall dialed 708. $722.6 beats $718.8. Bill Knudsen, 3,000 better in reaction time. They're both above the number, pretty good. Bill Knudsen rolled out of it for the win. Rob Mendenhall realized he wasn't going to get there. Here's Paul Mitzos and Carl Hagen. 5 pair and Top Sportsman. Carl Hagen and Paul Mitzos going to be the final pair here. Carl is in. Paul is following. Paul dials 670. Carl dials 746. Go, go. They're both green. Paul couldn't get there. 748 for the win for Carl Hagen. Paul Mitzos missed the tree. He was 055. Carl Hagen was 032. Goes 748.3 on a 746, lifting early for the win. Paul Mitzos dead legged it, ran 18 above, but he was 55 on the tree. That was kind of the difference. So if we're going to have a party with Nick and Irene tonight, it's going to have to happen with Ryan Pretty, which, you know, has happened before. Carl Hagen will race Monty Green. Bill Knudsen will race Rich Okerman. That's the semifinals of Top Sportsman. Super Street should be getting paired up, buckled in, pulled forward. You're up next. Alcohol Funny Car, Alcohol Dragster. We are right on track for your 3 o'clock start time. Start thinking about getting them hooked up and pulled up. Alky Funny Car and Alky Dragster. Start thinking about heading this way.
Super Street, final call. We're missing one of you. Super Street, one car missing.
Attention the pits, attention the pits, stock to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits, stock to the lanes.
All right, here we go. Dominic Reese and Davey Adams. This is round 3 of Super Street. Winner here gets Mr. Lowe because Mr. Lowe's got a bye run. They're both away on the green. The better reaction time went to Dominic. The win light does as well, 10.93.5. He actually got there second. He followed Davey Adams through by 6 thou and got away with it. Davey goes 10.86.3 but a 104 light. Dominic Reese cashes his ticket into the quarterfinals. Dave Kiesel, Dale Taros. Second call, stock eliminator. Stock, we need you to the lanes. I will tell you, Super Comp, we're not going to call you. There's no chance. You will run after alcohol. But stock, we need you to the lanes, please. Stock round 3, need you to the lanes. Kiesel and Taros both away on the green. 2 10,000s at the stripe. Dave Kiesel, 004. Take 2 10,000s. Gets the driving job of the weekend. Either that or he's the luckiest guy of the weekend. Mike Rice tried to shut the door on me and then didn't shut. Good job, Mike Rice. Whatever. Robert DiFrancesco and Jimmy Galante. $10.89.2 for Galante, or for DiFrancesco, I should say, for the win. DiFrancesco's 002, 10.89.2. He came in second. Galante goes 10.86.0 and broke out. And here's Cody Robinson and Dave Ackert. Stock eliminator, final call, please. Cody Robinson, Dave Ackert. This is the Brodex Bounty. Cody in the left lane. And he goes red. Dave Ackert picks up the Brodex Bounty. I think it's the first one we go now this weekend. $10.91.9 with a 31 light. Cody goes 10.83.9, but it was 005 red. Dave Ackert knocks out Cody Robinson in a 2-for-1. Cody goes red with a trip to the semifinals on the line. So Dave Ackert goes all the way to the semis. And here's Andrew Olson and Jess Dale. Andrew Olson's 12th thou red. And we pull the final pair of Super Street. Stock eliminator, final call. We need you here, please. Jeff Broussard and Dwayne Daniel. Once again, stock, you're going to run before alcohol, so we need you here. Super Comp, you will run after alcohol. Alcohol cars, need you to the lanes, please. Top alcohol to the lanes. Pair of green lights. Final pair. Win light, Jeff Broussard. Pick trucks moving on, 10.92.8. Dwayne Daniel took 4th thou and broke out by 2 thou. And it was tight, tight, tight. He needed to just make it a little bit tighter. Jeff Broussard. Race Jeff Dale. Jeff Broussard, Jess Dale. That's going to be one of your quarterfinals. Winner gets Dave Ackert in the semis. Lowe and Reese. Kiesel DiFrancesco on the other side. And here's Michael Lowe. Final car in class. Mike Logos 1078-1. That's going to do it for Super Street. They will move into the round of 8, but they'll only have 7 because math and stock eliminator will be the final thing before alcohol cars, which is why we need top alcohol to the lanes. Stock, you should be here. Hey, listen up in the pits. Stand by on the listen up in the pits. My announcement will come in a few minutes. Yeah. Hey, I will tell you this. Attention to the pits. If you're hungry, the dog pound's open. Jeff's sitting over there. He's been raving about his burgers. So he sent me one. And it's great. Yeah, stock we're running before alcohol. We've said that like 6 times. These burgers are phenomenal. But, I mean, you know, he's got dogs, too, because that's what he's got. He's got wraps. It's great. Just got like a full menu now. Got it. Go see the dog pound. Go see Jeff. We talk about good people. He's what we call good people. And his food's really good. Hey, listen up. If you were in the W.W. Williams shootouts last night and you went to the semifinals or the finals, or you won because you have to get to the finals to win. If you were a semifinalist, the runner-up, or the winner in any of the 3 classes last night, you need to go to the RFC trailer and fill out a W-9 if you'd like to get paid. Please and thank you. All right, here we go. Stock eliminator round 3. Parker Theobald, Justin Lamb going to kick things off. The Rad Torque Systems, Copo in the right lane. That's a Lamb shot. Dialed 991. Parker dialed 1056. The Theobald Construction, Kelch Construction, Barracuda. Parker Theobald went to bring the car up on two-step, and it rolled through. Your number 2 car in division points, with Kyle Rizzoli losing in round 1, and a mechanical issue takes him out. Lamb chops 10 on the tree, 997.9. Clearly out of it early down there. So 10 on the tree. I mean, he got after it. It's going to be tough. But Parker Theobald, you always want to lose a race because you just got beat, not because you couldn't do anything about it. And Parker couldn't do anything about that. Joe Sorensen, Morgan Stephen. Morgan Stephen, Chandler, Arizona. 67 Mustang. Dialed 1088. Joe Sorensen, Woodburn, Oregon. 69 Camaro. Dialed 1162. Joe Sorensen takes 200 and takes the win, running dead on zero. 11.62.0 on an 11.62. Morgan Stephen got there second and broke out. 75 on the tree was the biggest difference to Joe's Oak 39. Dead on zero. Joe Sorensen runs right on the number, takes 200s and gets the win. Bob Beals and Derek Stephen now. So Morgan Stephen just got bounced. Here's Derek Stephen. 71 Nova, G Soccer, 1175 the dial. Bob Beals, T Automatic Comet, dial 1396. And this one's going to go to Derek. A double breakout. Bob Beals took too much stripe. 13.93.9 on a 96. Derek Stevens 9 thou under for the win. Bob Beals got there first by 300ths. It was the difference. He had a better light. He could have slowed it up. He couldn't slow it up enough. And Derek Stephen on to round 4. Mike Hackert, Darcy Clark. Another double breakout goes to Michael Hackert this time. 10.41 on a 43. Darcy goes 10.23 on a 10.36. Darcy was 171 on the tree. Tried to get down there and push Mike Hackert out. Mike Hackert took a 200 stripe and was way closer. Now Dwayne Scheitland and Steve Wan. Dwayne Scheitland on a double breakout. Man, double breakout city in stock here. 10.10 on a 10.15 is better than 9.84 and a 9.90. Just like speed way up and nobody knows why. Totally possible, I guess. Now Leo Glassbrenner and Bob Gullett. Bob dialed 1099. Leo dialed 958 rather. Red light, Leo of 46 too soon. Bob Gullett goes 11-14, gets the win. Leo Glassbrenner turned it red by 0-46. And here's Don Keene, the former world champion. And Leo left a little something down there on the starting line. They're mopping up. Before Tony DeFrank does his burnout. Tony DeFrank trying to run down Don King. And he couldn't do it. 10:59 on a 10:57 for Don. Tony missed the tree. It was 107. It's actually closer to his number. Don King, that'll go down as a whole shot. 28 on the tree to Tony's 107. That was the biggest difference. Evan Kowalski, CW Hofer. Let's see if Evan can run down CW. No, but pushed CW out the back. 11:31.7 on an 11:32, and CW gets to go back to his day job as Sasha's secretary. Broke up by 3,000, got there first by 200. CW had the starting line advantage. Evan Kowalski dropped the nose and went dead on 4 to get the win. Mark Kirby and Darren Grossi. Darren Grossi gets the final win, a stock eliminator here in round 3. 10:39.3 on the 10:22 is 007 on the tree. Mark Kirby had issues out there, lifted off the throttle, and the Bakersfield native will hopefully have to not do a lot of work to fix whatever happened and come back and try to win at his home track on Sunday. Darren Grossi, 10:39 and lifting off on the 10:22, gets the win. And that's going to do it for round 3 of stock. Track prep underway. Alcohol cars are in the lane. Qualifying number 2 coming up next. Top Alcohol Funny Car qualifying session number 2, Mike Dushkanian and Will Martin. Will Martin, a new car, the Martin HVAC team. Multi-time Heritage champ and SIFCA champ. The car they call Clean Slate. And Mikey D, the ProCal truck machine. Mikey D, the crew chief and driver and owner. Jim Rizzoli helps him out on it. Wow, hang on, Mike. That's back-to-back runs. Mikey D hasn't gotten the thing off the line. 571.4, 258 for Will Martin. Improves by 10 mile per hour, but slows down by 4,000. It looked to me like he might have had the shoots out a smidge early down there. But consistent runs for Will. He'll stay number 3. Here's Chris Marshall and Brian Howe. Cascade Trailer Sales, Oregon Motor Coach, Ram Trucking, Rad Torque Systems, Lucas Oil, NGK. Those are the sponsors. For the Oregon businessman, Brian Howe. Johnny Lindbergh tunes that race car. And Chris Marshall driving Minor Brothers machine. Greg Minor and team. Chris, who's from up in Oregon as well, where he owns an auto body and paint shop. $558 a pair. Chris Marshall, $558.5 to steal the number 1 spot away from Brian Howe, who goes $558.8 at 261. Chris Marshall by 0.03 of a second takes the top spot away from Brian Howe with Will Martin and Mikey D in the 3 and 4 spot. We move into dragster. 11 alcohol dragsters on the property. 8 get to come back tomorrow and play. Shonda Blinzler wants to be one of them. And what I believe to be the debut for this car. Beautiful new dragster. They have yet to get this thing down the track. They're making a couple test hits yesterday. On the qualifying session, one today. Listen up in the pits, Super Comp. Come on down. Round 3, 890 car. Super Comp to the lanes, please. So Shonda Blinzler. Bring this race car forward. Well, that's a little better. She shut it off at 700 feet. I don't know if that was intentional. But a good solid run through the early part of the track for Shonda. Progress. And some smiles as the team walks off the line. That's got to feel good. Casey Mila, Jerry Kumre. Next pair come to life. It's Casey Mella and Jerry Kumre. Jerry and the Torco machine. New dragster over here. Andy Aikens. A whole host of people helping out this team this weekend. Casey Mella driving Jerry Brazil's machine. Jerry and Betty. Supercharged car. Finally started to make some solid runs. They can find some performance to get into the show, but it's on A to B now. Montgomery's car's got a couple holes out. Casey Mella, 562.9, 254. They continue just kind of sneak up on that car. It's still not enough to bump her in, but it is an improvement. And Jerry Coomer goes 602.1, 221. And that car was spitting out fuel. I mean, it might have put 3 gallons on the track. I'm being slightly facetious, but that thing was just pumping fuel out. So Jerry will sit 10. And we roll into the cars that are currently qualified. With Ron Anderson and Mike Austin due up next. Looks like Casey Mello might have got a little long down there. They're going to go get her pushed off the top end. Mike Austin and Ron Anderson. Mike, your current number 6 qualifier. Ron's currently qualified number 8. Ron went 5:56.7 earlier. That Dr. Lipping's car made a good run down track. It did not leave to save its life. Like, I'm not telling you anything Ron and Ty aren't going to tell you. It was kind of weird deal. Like 269 miles per hour was the 3rd best speed of the round, but it ran the 7th quickest ET. Mike Austin, meanwhile, the former D6 champion, former March Meet champion. He's out of Medford, Oregon. Supercharged cars at 6th right now. Made a nice 549.1 off the trailer. They did not test yesterday of the 11 alcohol dragsters. Mike is the one that did not test yesterday. See if they can pick up on it here. It's a little better for Ron Anderson down low. And they both improved. 546.7 for Mike Austin. 547.0 for Ron Anderson. Mike Austin improves on ET, but not position. He will stay 6th. Ron Anderson moves around Casey Gristle into the 7th spot. 547.0, 269 miles per hour. Again, pretty big speed down track for Ron Anderson, the 3rd fastest car of the weekend. And the alcohol dragster ranks on that run. And they got it to move a little bit better down low. And Randy Aikens and Case Gristle sit at the rail line. So Randy Aikens. Car that was driven by Bill Dunlap for a long time. Good to have Randy back out here behind the wheel of car in the top alcohol ranks. And Casey Gristle. Wife out in front of that machine. Jerry Darian walk up. Make the final adjustments. The big green car. Currently number 4 and 8 qualifiers. Let's see if Casey can move himself off bump. Boy, Randy Aikens making a pretty good run. The chute comes out way early. 561 for Casey is not an improvement. Neither is 551 for Randy. And I don't know if Randy felt something down there, pulled the chutes early, if it rattled out. But that car was trucking. He goes 551 at 234. I do believe that car is on its way to run an I-30. Chutes come out early. And if it was unintentional, that's a tough break. If it's intentional, it's why you trust the judgment of the driver in the cockpit. And we pull up the next two. Chris Demke, the Pete Wright machine. 2014 World Champ. Kevin Watson tuned, Derry Matternode raced car, and Mitch Myers. IFA. That's the hose company Mitch owns up in Oregon. $535.8. Chris Demke. Put it on a bracket right now. That car has run within a thousandth of a second in back-to-back runs. 552 for Mitch Myers will not improve on his 43 earlier. 267 miles per hour. Here come the final pair, the 1 and 2 cars. Snub and pits, super stock. Super stock round 3. Need your lanes, please. Super stock. Round 3. Snub and pits, Val and Gabe Torres. Val and Gabe Torres. Super comp. Need you 2 lanes, please. You're the last 2 cars we are missing, and we are, well, we're about ready to run super comp. Final pair come to life. The Mondays towing NGK slow down, move over machine of Sean Cowie, number 4 runner in the world a year ago. And that's the reigning event champion, Johnny Otten, and the Advanco Fire Protection 111E Clean Boost machine. Johnny's currently your number 2 qualifier, made a solid run earlier, 5:34.7, and Sean Cowie went 5.209, kind of turned the alcohol class upside down. Sean's currently the runaway division leader, or region leader, I should say. And with no Joey Severance here this weekend, that's not likely to change. At the national level, Sean comes into the weekend 4th in points. Arm Grimes gives the signal out to Sean. Now Otten tells Johnny, let's go. Final pair. $524.6 at 277 for Sean Cowie. Falls back a couple hundredths of a second. Johnny Otten goes 5:47.3. It still ran 270 miles per hour, but definitely wasn't as happy as it was on run number 1. Sean Cowie hangs on to the top spot. Johnny Otten 2, Chris Demke, Randy Aikens, Mitch Myers, Mike Austin, Ron Anderson, Casey Gristle. That's the top 8. Casey Mella, Jerry Coomray, Shonda Winsler. We'll have one more shot at it this evening. Quick dust up of the track. Get some of the clutch dust off. Super Comp cars, 890, sitting at the ready line. Super stock, we need you to the lanes. Super stock to the lanes. Let's number the pits. Top dragster, round 3. Come on down. Glenn Kern and Adam Hicks. This is round 3 Super Comp. Dead on 8 beats 891.0. Adam Hicks takes 4th out at the stripe. 2 better in reaction time. 2 better at the finish line. Adam Hicks drives around Glenn Kern in the final, 150 feet. 21 miles per hour and gets it done. Brodix Bounty alert. Here's Trey Vetter in the right lane and Brian Cam in the left. Man, Brian finally wasn't the first pair down the track. That car has been really good this weekend. Trey Vetter is always really good. The winner of the last divisional. That's why he has the Brodex bounty on his head. Did I mention he has the Brodex bounty on his head for a reason? Trey Vetter with a perfect reaction time and a win light, 895, beats an 893. Trip zip on the board for Trey Vetter. Brian Cam's 038, 893.5. Bounced. Trey Vetter, trip zip, 895.9. Macco car moving on. Dylan Hound, Steve Parsons. Dylan Howe was 002 and couldn't get it done. Wow, Steve Parsons, 892, beats an 895. Dylan missed it on that end. That does not happen a whole lot. Steve Parsons taking the Roadster into another round with a 21 light and an 892. He took 12th out. Dylan's 002. You tell me Dylan Howe's 002 to an 021 in the other lane? I'm going to take Dylan Howe a lot of times. I think Steve Parsons probably tell you likes Dylan Howe's chances in that one. Dylan didn't run the number down there, and Steve pounced. Joey Galati and Marco Paravalaris. This time it's Marco who misses the tree, and Joey made him pay. 889 beats an 886 in the double breakout. Joey Galati was 22 in reaction time, took 6th thou. Marco goes well under with a 51 light and couldn't get there. Joey Galati puts Marco on trailer in Super Comp. There's Jason Rosenbaum and Robin Lehner up next. Rosenbaum, Townsend, Stillhouse, and Grill Machine, the Sarge. Sheriff Sargent out of Victorville. Rob Lane in from Chandler, Arizona. Home Inspector, Redline Auto, High Performance. .888 beats an 887. It's Robin Lane this time. The double breakout strikes again for the car with the better reaction time. Robin's 15 on the tree, 888.6. Jason's 46 on the tree, 887.4. Robin Lane took almost 200. Got it done. It's Debbie Dolzall and Carol Kransich. Debbie Dolzall's red, 003 too soon. Carol Kransich is 11 on the tree. She'll take that Silver State car into the next round for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. 888, 168 miles per hour. Feral Carol, as she calls herself. Well, I mean, really, Gina calls that. In the next round as Debbie turned it red by 3 thou. And here's Billy Woodard and Tanner Hyatt. Billy Woodard goes 891.2, and it's not enough. Tanner Hyatt's 891.0 with the 13 light. 200's hit the stripe. Tanner Hyatt moves on, and here's Val Torres and Travis Theobald. Val Torres on the left, Travis Theobald on the right after Tanner shockingly got bounced in round one. Uh-oh. Don't need a PhD in Super Comp race to know how this one's going to go. Val Torres for the win. 897.6. I tell you what, Val Torres tried to give it back down there. Val was 19 on the tree to Travis's 099, and Val gave it back by 3 thou and still got away with it. Travis Theobald breaks out by 7 thousandths. Val was 19 on the tree, 897.6. I would have never thought Val would give that one back. He got away with it. Final pair. It's Gabe Torres and Jimmy Kelso. And this one goes to Gabe, 894.3, 164. Jimmy got down there first, took 27 thousandths, broke out by 300s. He was locked out by Gabe. Gabe was 15 on the tree. Jimmy missed it, 61. Gabe Torres punches his ticket into round 4 of Super Comp. We roll over to Super Stock. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster, round number 3, you should be here. Troy Olszanowski off and running in the Boo wagon on the right, dialed 1177. In Bakersfield, Jody George trying to run him down the Camaro. Dialed 1024. It's going to be Olszanowski. 1177, 1 on an 1177. Dead on one with a 31 light to lock out Jody George. Randy Logan, Ryan McClanahan. Here comes the Cobalt. The number 3 runner in the world a year ago. Trying to chase down Randy Logan. He gave up over 2 seconds in the handicap, but he got there anyways. 8:25.5 to 8:24. Randy Logan's 10:56.7 on a 10:56, but missed the tree. It was 0.73, dead on 7s, not good enough. Ryan McClanahan stuck the nose out front with the Cobalt for the win. As Tony Mandela and Sergio Crespo come up next. Thank you, DJ. Red light, Sergio Crespo. It rocked through. Tony Mandela gets a free ride out of it. 11:27, 117. Sergio Crespo Looked like when he tried to bring it up on the two-step, it creeped through. Turned it red. So Tony Mandela, 11:27 on an 11:25 for the win. Tony Mandela is going to race Ryan McClanahan. Here comes Justin Lamb and Brent Calvert. Should be one more pair back there. Part of that pair back there is Trey Vetter, who just got out of his Super Comp car, so I know I'm hearing some conversation about we're missing one. But that's why. Well, Brent Calvert in the Cobra Jet missed the tree a little bit, and Justin Lamb's going to make him pay. 882.1 on an 881 gets it done with the 34 reaction time. Brent was 107, 838.7 on an 837. And that's going to do it. Well, we got one more pair. I'm sorry. Yes. We did just, I was the one who talked about it. That's the best part. I'm slacking. Reinhardt would not have made that mistake. Neither would have English. I lied. We got one pair we're waiting on. John Irving, Trey Vetter. Trey just ran Super Comp. So it's not like he's dragging his feet or anything here. He's doubled up. We'll wait a minute for Trey to get back up here. Wow. Look, I'm not rooting for anybody here, but right now there's a potential train wreck in the semifinals where we could see Justin Lamb race Trey Vetter. The irony there being that Justin Lamb tunes Trey Vetter's super stock car. That could be fun. So I'm going to give Trey Vetter some love here. He got up here remarkably quick and jumped into this race car. I think we have all seen doubled up drivers take their sweet time in that department. Trey did not. Trey Vetter, 68 Camaro, dialed 991. That's an F automatic super stocker. John Irving's A automatic Duster. The trailer ran out of Boulder City, Nevada for Glendora Dodge and Goodyear. He's dialed 1061. Better reaction time, Trey Vetter. Win light, Trey Vetter. 988.3 on a double breakout. He took 5 thousandths. John Irving ran well under. Broke out by 24,000 more. Trey Vetter 988.3 on a 991. Gets it done. Trey is staying doubled up. Yes, Mick Dawson. You are good. Can I get out of the way for you? Uh-oh. What are you looking for? Top dragster at the ready line. Trey Vetter, by the way, just won a 2-for-1. It's a free ride in the semifinals. I think I'd mentioned that, but just in case, I've mentioned it again. Top dragster ready to go. Super gas, come on down. Super gas to the lanes. Mallory Reese is going to kick things off, and Top Dragster's got a solo squirt here and decides to roll out first. Lost it? We lost a cell phone with a tire mark. Wow, on the racetrack? Oh, because that would have been really impressive. We have a cell phone that has found its way into the tower. I'd like to give you some defining, marks, but there's no picture on it. I don't know how to unlock it. There's a tire mark on it. Mallory Reese out 6:55. She's got a solo shot here. Awaits a date with either Harold Hoffman or Ed Olpen. Mallory's 32 on the tree, runs dead on 3. 6:55.3. I would load that thing up, bring it back, put the same number on. And there's Damon Bustamante and Steve Will. Wow. Took like 16 seconds to get that. That's the quickest anybody's ever claimed a cell phone in the history of lost cell phones at a drag strip. Hey, I got a cell phone up here. 12 seconds later. Oh, is that mine? ESPN or something. Knew you were going to say that. Steve Will and Damon Bustamante, 6:69. That's the dial-in for Damon, who was pulling double duty this weekend. I believe he's now pulling single duty. Well, actually, let me go check. I don't have a pretty super gas letter yet. Damon, where are you, Damon? Damon's not on that ladder to begin with. That tells me he's only pulling single duty now. 6:13, that's the dial for Steve Will, who's got Randy Anderson standing behind that car tuning. The legend of Top Alcohol cars, and turns out he's pretty damn good. I tune in this thing as well, but it doesn't matter when your driver goes red. Steve Will's 008 red. Tosses one away, and Damon Bustamante is 670 with 7, 199. Damon cashes his ticket to the quarterfinals. There's Don London and Jen Weens. Don London, that twin turbocharged machine, trying to give the Ted Weens tire car a run for the money, but Jen's got it. How about 003? Take 003. Jennifer Weens is 6:27.7, takes the 3,000 stripe with a 003 light to knock out Don London, who's one above, but 23 on the tree. Jen Weens into the next round. She'll race Eamon Bustamante. Jen Weens has a pretty racy car. Here's Chris Thode and Chad Axford. Chad, who literally had to overnight parts to run today after he pitched the belt yesterday. Sent stuff careening all over the track. By stuff, I mean parts, thankfully not fluids. Dialed 733. Chris Thode's dialed 679, and he got there. 681.7 for the win. Chad couldn't run the number. 737.5. Chris Thode gets the win. Cody Weber and Hannah Cook. Couple loud cars. Cody Weber takes All-Stars champ back in 2020. Sherway engine team. Hannah Cook, Mickey Thompson, LAT Racing Oil. Student from Nevada, and she's red by 2 thousandths. 672 for Cody, 200 miles per hour. He lifted out of it down there. Hannah did as well and went 637.5. 2 thou, that's the difference. And Hannah Cook's day coming to an end early. As that Open and Harold Hoffman complete the burnout. So Cody Weber is going to race Chris Thode in a 2-for-1 to the finals next round. Damon Bustamante has Jen Weens. Mallory Reese awaits the winner of this matchup. Final pair and top dragster. Super Gas, you should be at the lanes. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, round 3. Come on down. Comp Eliminator Final. We'll take you to the lanes when you guys are ready. If you're ready now, come to the lanes. If you need 30 minutes, take 30 minutes. Technically, you're coming up on the run order here. There are 2 of you left. The decision's been made that we run you guys when you 2 are ready. Now, please don't take advantage of that. But if you're ready to go ahead and bring them on down. Ed Open left, dialed 724. Harold Hoffman right, dialed 668. Harold had the better light, and then he broke out. 662.3 on a 668. Ed Open goes 724.1 on a 724. Dead on 1 for the win is Ed Open. Basically dialed true and held his foot down and said, that's fine, go take the stripe, I'm good. Harold had a better light, 16:49. Didn't really woe it up too much. I mean, he actually woed it up a lot on speed, but the ET needed to get it back. 668 was an odd dial-in for Harold. That car was way, way, way quicker than that. Way quicker than that. All weekend. And here comes Super Gas. Ed DeStout, Martin Lamas going to kick things off. Once again, I need Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. I need Comp Eliminator Final when you're ready to the lanes. I'll take Top Sportsman to the lanes. Ed DeStout turns it red. 4 thousandths too soon. Martin Lamas 21 on the tree. 986 for the win. Ed goes 986.9. There's 004 red. Here's Evan Kowalski. He's got a ladder by this round. Riverside transmission machine. Earned the number 1 spot on the ladder when he was dead on 3 in round 1. Just worked his way through. They're beating Ryan Diacone in round 2. Get a bye run here. And he's perfect on the tree. Watch him run 990. Wouldn't shock me. 984. 167. Trip zip, though, for Evan Kowalski on the free ride. Trent Langen and Lindsey Larson. $989.8 beats a $989.6. Lindsey Larson takes 39 10,000ths to win a double breakout by 2 thousandths. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Dan Davis and Paul Weichman. Comes Kerry Costin, Matt Treadway. I was distracted when very important race officials stick their head in the door and go, "Hey, talk to me." I must talk to them. Kerry Costin, Matt Treadway. $989 beats a $988. Double breakout goes to Kerry. $89.4 beats the $88.5. Kerry had 300s in the bank on reaction time. Kept the nose out in front. Took the stripe and won the double breakout. Here's Dave Gotts and Vince Reale, the Maui-style machine on the right. That's Dave Gotts. Vince Reale, the Nova in the left lane. It's going to be Dave Gotts. How about another 3,000 stripe? Dead on 8 beats 991.4. Vince was 3,000 better in reaction time. Neither one of them to go into Alan Reinhardt's Hall of Fame. Dave Gotts, dead on 8, takes 3,000, gets the win. As Lindsey Meserve and Brent McKinney are up next. This is final call for Sportsman Motorcycle and Top Sportsman. I understand we have our comp final back there and ready, which is exciting. Ryan and Josh are in a hurry to start drinking and go to dinner. Sounds like fun, actually. Let's run all the finals right now. Lindsey Meserve, the Barracuda on the left lane. Brent McKinney, the Roadster on the right. Utah and Oregon meet in Bakersfield. The win light goes to Brent McKinney, 991.5, 159 miles per hour. Lindsey could not run the number. It goes 996. She had the better light, just couldn't run the number. Marco Paravalaris and John Philippi. Marco Paravalaris, wow. Wow. John Philippi takes 900s, breaks out by 2, and gives up a win to Marco Paravalaris, who goes 998. Yikes. It's unlike Marco and Lilla to miss it by that much. 998.6 gets it done. 988.3 for John Philippi. Breaks out, gets knocked out. Terry McNaka and Bill Botolo. Sees Candy, who marked Transpo. Aloha Specialties machine on the right. And here comes McNaka's Roadster turning the corner. Bob Johnson. D7 photographer, just a heads up. Competition Eliminator final is at the ready line, sir. 2 pairs of Super Gas, and then the comp final is coming your way. Just so you are aware. We are peeking around to see if we see you down there, but just in case you're somewhere you can hear us, Competition Eliminator finals a couple pairs away. Bill's going to get the win in this one. 89-1 beats an 87 for Gary McNaka, the double breakout. Gary actually took the stripe on that one. Bill Botolo for the win. 89-1 beats an 87. And we hit our final pair of Super Gas, Greg Harrison and Chris Nafziger. So Bill Patello moves on, and Greg Harrison and Chris Nafziger. Are the final pair, and green. How about dead on 1 beats dead on, pardon me, 91-1 beats 91-2. 9.911 beats 9.912. Nafziger with better light by 15 thou. That's just about the margin of victory. Reaction times matter. See, that was a sticker we needed. Where was that 3 years ago? Reaction times matter. It's the truth. Comp Eliminator final round is at the ready line. Let's number the pits. Super Street Stock Eliminator. Round 4. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street and Stock, come on down. And here comes our final round. For competition eliminator. Eliminator final. The reigning world champion, that's Ryan Pretty. He's in the right lane. Mountain View Performance Team. Driving for the Mitsos family with a 711 index. The A altered automatic pro stock car with a 3-speed and a 715 cubic inch motor. And Joshua Lee, the machinist out of Lancaster, the Antelope Valley, just on the other side of the mountains that you can no longer see here because the air quality has become horrific outside. When did that happen, by the way? I should look out the window more. Brother Dustin builds the motors in these cars. Honda is the engine of choice for the H Econo Altered. 952, the index for Joshua Lee. 711 for Ryan Pretty. Turn it green and get there first. You get to hold a Wally at the end of the day. Red light, Joshua Lee, 9 thousandths too soon. Ryan Pretty wins the first half of the double here in Bakersfield. Clicks it off to a 735 at 136 miles per hour. Joshua Lee let go of the trans brake 9 thousandths of a second before the green light came on. He was 005 in the semis to knock out Andy Mowick. He was 009 red in the final round. Congratulations to Ryan Pretty, Nick and Irene, Paul Mitsos, the entire team down there on the starting line. That is another divisional win in their pocket. Baklava for everybody in the Mitsos pit tonight. Sportsman Motorcycle. Semifinals at the ready line. Tom Medlin and Andrew Manning. Your number one qualifier was Tom Medlin in Sportsman Motorcycle this weekend. 819 is his dial. Andrew's dial 872. Reminder, we actually qualify in motorcycles based on reaction time. Tom was 001 in qualifying. I think 001's good, right? It's not perfect, but it's close. Remember when I said Tom Medlin was 0-1 in qualifying? It was 0-3 here and just cruises to an 8:22 for the win. Andrew Manning was 63 on the tree, 876.5, 4 above. 63 on the tree. It's a bad combo when your opponent's 003. Tom Medlin had the nose out in front at 1,000 feet and was able to roll out of it down there at the finish line for the win light. Rick Newport, Clayton Howie. So again, I need Super Street and Stock round 4 to the staging lanes, please. Super Street and Stock round 4 to the staging lanes. We'll also make this first call for Super Comp round 4. Round 4 Super Comp, 890 cars. Calm down. Rick Newport left, dialed 822. Clayton Howie right, dialed 842. This is a battle of heavy hitters in the motorcycle ranks out here. Whoa! Don't do that, Clayton. Clayton Howie spun the tire, and Rick Newport gets an easy win, 847 on 822. You can hear the whop, whop, whop down here. Clayton popped the clutch. It spun the tire. And Rick Newport was the fast motorcycle on handicap, and therefore should have left second. Was at the 60-foot block well before Clayton. That's never a good sign. It's going to be Medlin and Newport in the motorcycle final. And here Top Sportsman semis. Rich Okerman and Bill Knudsen to kick things off. Rich in the Beretta, dialed 720. Bill in the Camaro, dialed 719. That's Rich right, that's Bill left. They're both off on the green. And it's going to be Rich Okerman by 12. 10 thousandths of a second. Bill Knudsen had himself 25 in the pocket, letting go of the button, and gave up the stripe. Rich Okerman goes 7:25.9. Bill Knudsen goes 7:27.5. He's down 8 miles per hour, and Rich snugger up to 1 thou. 12/10 thou, to be exact, and punches ticket to the final round. Rich Okerman will race either Carl Hagen or Monty Green. Red light, Monty, 0-12, too soon. Carl Hagen, 7:45.7 on a 7:46 prediction. He was 21 on the tree. He'll come back and race Rich Okerman. In final round, and Top Sportsman. Not presented by Wright Trailers, because we're at a divisional event. But hey, presented by Wright Trailers at a national event. And that'll do it for Top Sportsman. Super Street, Stock Eliminator. You should be back here ready to go. Super Comp, you should be on your way. Here we go with Super Street. Quarterfinals. Dominic Reese, Michael Lowe going to kick things off. Arizona and Utah got together, made a trip to Bakersfield, and one of them wants to be part of the Final Four. Well, they both want to be part of the Final Four, but only one of them gets to be. Because those are just the rules. Winners and losers, folks. Drag racing is the one place where you still get them no matter what. 10:92.7, Michael Lowe gets it done. 10:93.4, Dominic Reese does not. Michael was 100th better in reaction time. He was 7th out ahead in ET. That makes it right. 17,000 stripe. And here comes David Kiesel and Robert DiFrancesco. Same side of the ladder. This time it's Kiesel for the win. A double breakout. 89.7 beats an 85.9. Tell you what, Robert DiFrancesco actually drove the top end really well. He snugged it up to 4th out. But he was 44 on the tree to Kiesel's 10. David Kiesel gets the win, the double breakout. We already know Dave Ackard's going to be one of the semifinalists. He's got a solo shot behind these two. Will he race Jeff Broussard or Jess Dale? That's the question that we're about to find out the answer to. Stock eliminator, we're missing Grossi. Need you to the lanes. You are almost up. Darren Grossi, need you to the lanes, please. Jeff Broussard left, Jess Dale right. They're both green. We're either going to take a dart or a pickup truck into the semifinals to race the pumpkin. It's going to be the dart on a hole shot. 10:95.9 for Jess Dale to take the win. Jeff Broussard goes 10:93.8, but his reaction time was 0:63. Jess Dale by 12 thousandths gets there first. Jess Dale takes the dart to the semis to race Dave Ackard's 65 Chevelle, the Burbank Speed and Machine team. That's a beautiful Chevelle down there. I'm going to call it the pumpkin because it's bright orange and it's October. Dave Ackard on a solo shot. 94 on the tree. That's not good. 10.90. Yeah, look what you guys all have to look forward to. We're dead on zero. I see you, Dave. I see you. Jess Dale awaits in the semifinals. Stock eliminator coming your way. Super comp. Super comp. Need you here. And while we're at it, Super Stock, come on down. Super Stock to the lanes. If your name is Trey Vetter, you can bring the Super Comp car first. Justin Lamb and Derek Steven, they're going to kick things off. This is Stock Eliminator. $11.73.3. Derek Steven wins a double breakout. Justin Lamb got there by 200ths and broke out by 200, or 100th rather. Derek Steven by 3 thou gets away with one. Justin was better on the tree, took a 200 stripe, broke out by 100s. Derek Steven knocks off Justin Lamb in a 2-for-1. So Derek Stevens going to get a bye run into the semis. And here's Dwayne Scheitlen and Michael Hackert. Dwayne Scheitlen dialed 10-12. Mike Hackert dialed 10-40. That's Scheitlen in the challenger. That's Hackert in the fair lane. That's a couple of green lights. We are stocking it up here in round 4. One light goes to Scheitlen. Takes 18. Runs 18 over. That's pretty good. Mike Hackert got there second and broke out by a bunt. It was 91 on the tree. That's going to hurt. So Dwayne Scheitlen into the next round. Here's Joe Sorensen and Evan Kowalski. Number 1 qualifier in the left lane. Joe Sorensen dialed 1160. Evan Kowalski is exactly the length of the tree behind him at 10-10 the Camaro. One Famoso, go! They're both green. Let's see if Evan can run down the number 1 qualifier. Joe Sorensen has been lethal in that car this weekend. But Evan gets it done this time. 10-12 for the win. Joe Sorensen goes 11:46.9 on an 1160 dial. Evan Kowalski is 23 over. Joe Sorensen couldn't get it woed up. It was 11:46.9, took a train length. A 10th plus at the stripe. That is an uncharacteristic mistake for the D6 champion. And Evan Kowalski is going to race Bob Gullett in a 2-for-1 to the finals. Bob Gullett has got a bye run here. Boy, how'd he end up that lucky? It's the bye run here. It goes 11:07.1. Now he gets to race Evan with a bye run there into the final. Sometimes the ladder is just nice to you. Bob came all the way from Calgary. He's the only car left with the clutch. Oh, I take that back. Don Keene's got clutch. I hope I didn't just jinx him. Bob came all the way from Calgary. He's with 2 cars left with the clutch. You know, hey. Here's Don Keene and Darren Grossi. Plymouth Fury in the left lane for Grossi. Dialed 1021. And Don King, the 1990 world champ, dialed 1060 in his Mustang. They're both green. And it's going to be Grossi, 10-24-7. Well, now Bob's the final clutch car. Sorry, Don. Don Keene took 800s. He broke out by 500s. Darren Grossi gets the win. He's going to come back and race Dwayne Scheitlen. Win gets Derek Stevens. A lot of D names on the bottom there. Dwayne, Darren, Derek. It's working. Don. Bob Gullett, Evan Kowalski on the other side of the ladder. And the 2-for-1 to final for stock. That's going to do it for stock. Super Comp, you should be getting ready to roll up. Super Stock, you should be on your way to the lanes. Top Dragster, you should be on your way to the lanes. Top Dragster, come on down. Top Dragster, to the lanes, please. Guys watching the stream says, I'll be back for Super Comp. He walked away in the final car of stock. Super Comp's pulling into the water box. Could have waited a few minutes, Chad. And here they come. Super Comp turning the corner. Tanner Hyatt, the AK Earth Movers machine, turns the corner with Joe Galati in the other lane. And we shut them off. And we're restarting them. Joe Galati, Tan Hyatt, kicking things off on the green. Super Comp. Round 4, screaming down the track, and at the stripe it's going to be Tanner Hyatt, rather. My fault. 891.8, 170 miles per hour. I swapped what lanes they were in. Tanner Hyatt for the win. 891.8 with a 19 light gets it done. Joe Galati was 29 on the tree. 894.1. Not good enough. Tanner Hyatt moves into the next round. He will race Val Torres, who has a bye run this round. And here comes Carol Kransich and Trey Vetter. The Matco machine, the Brodex Bounty here. The winner of the last divisional in the left lane. Carol Kransich, the retired Tacoma police officer. And the Silver State Plumbing machine. One of the Tom Bear School of Drag Racing cars. The last one left. Red light, Carol Kransich, 41 red. And it runs 89.4. Trey Vetter goes 888.2 at $1.74. Carol Kransich, 0.41. Too quick, letting go of the button. And Trey Vetter moves into the quarterfinals. Robin Lane and Steve Parsons, the dragster killer, still alive. And the Super Gas style roadster running in Super Comp. This one's going to go to Steve Parsons. 893 gets it done with the 002 light. Bob and Lane took 200s. Broke out by 200s. Here's Val Torres. Hits the tree 008 and goes dead on 9 and just gave his son a benchmark. Steve Parsons going to race either Val Torres or Tan Hyatt. And here's Gabe Torres and Adam Hicks. And if you don't think that Val just gave Gabe some info to work with, I have a really nice piece of beachfront property in Missouri I want to sell you. It's a great view of the Pacific Ocean. I'll make a killer deal. Give me 150 grand cash. You could have the keys tomorrow. Gabe Torres left. Adam Hicks right. Adam's been real good at this track over the years. Gabe's been real good everywhere over the years. Gabe Torres dead on 7 for the win. Adam didn't run the number. He goes 892.9 and couldn't get there, even though he had the better light. 11-16. Gabe Torres dead on 7, $1.76. Gabe Torres will race Trey Vetter in a 2-for-1 to the finals. The opportunity for a Torres family party in the final round. 3 win nights away. Val needs 2 of them. Gabe needs 1. That's going to do it for Super Comp. Super Stock should be ready to go. Top Dragster, you should be here. Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Super Gas. You guys should both be here. In fact, I do believe we're actually going to run Top Dragster first, if I just heard that correctly. Yes, so we're waiting on some super stockers. Most of Trey Vetter, who just ran, needs to come back and jump in his. So we're going to bump up Top Dragster while we wait on Trey to get back for super stock. And once again, Super Gas, we need here. While we're at it, Top Sportsman, why don't you start making your way this way? Top Sportsman, come on down. Top dragster. We're into the round of 8, but there's only 6 cars, and Chris O just left a giant puddle of fuel out there. Thankfully, it was evaporating rather quickly. The great thing about alcohol, folks, multiple positive uses in life for alcohol. Makes for great mouthwash. It's a disinfectant. Turns out it makes race cars go fast. Cody Weber dialed 672. Chris, though, dialed 679. Staging duel. Cody goes in. Here comes Chris. This is a 2-for-1. Winner gets a race for a Wally. Uh-oh. Cody Weber, 679 on a 672, gets it done. Chris Thode's reaction time, 083. That's what the was, because Cody was 038. Can't give Cody Weber that much. You gave Cody Weber that much. Cody Weber's going to take that much. Cody Weber's going to go to the finals. He's going to have to come up and take the tree in the semis, but he's going to go to the finals. Mallory Reese and Ed Open. Mallory left and Eddie right. The retired funeral home director. Senior's out here racing. I don't know where Junior's at. Would it shock me to find out he's in St. Louis? No. Would it shock me to find out he's working? Also, no. Ed Open dialed 723. He is the last of the Mohicans. Otherwise known as the only car left dialing in the 7s in Top Dragster. Mallory's dialed 655. Uh-oh. Ed Open for the win, 727.6 on 723, lifting down there at the finish line because Mallory Reese's reaction time started with 5. 589 RED for Mallory Reese. Or green, actually, I take that back, not red. I was flipping that around. Mallory was 580. It was bad. Let's not dwell on it. Sorry, Mallory. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Ed Open heads to the semis. He's going to race Jen Weens, Damon Bustamante. Jen's got her father-in-law here this week, and it's his 77th birthday yesterday. He really wanted a Wally, but she's not going to get it done. 3,000 too soon. A red light for Jen Weens. Damon 13 on the tree and 71.8. Jen goes 27.3, 226 on a 27 dial. It was 003 red. 3,000. 3 stinking thousandths. Jen Weens goes red. Super gas. We're still missing a couple of you. Top sportsmen. Final round. We need you to the lanes. Everybody else, come on back. All winners, all classes to the staging lanes. Like Top Dragster, we'll give you 5 minutes. That's all you need, right? Takes 5 minutes to pack parachute. I'm joking. Super stock, turn the corner. Quarterfinals. We already know Trey Vetter will be a semifinalist. We're about to find out who he's going to race. It's either going to be Troy Olsenowski or Justin Lamb. The Rad Tour System, Stunt Chevy machine. That's Lamb Chuck. The 5-time world champ, 3 times in this class, Justin Lamb, is dialed 881. Beautiful look on that new Copo. And Troy Olsenowski, 1177. The dial in for the boo. Whoa, lamp chop broke. Olsenowski's got to know it right about now. And he does. 11.95 for the win. Boy, Lamb Chop, that thing launched, and it actually left pretty good for, I don't know, 100 feet? No, not even. What am I thinking, 100 feet? Maybe 30 feet. And then you heard the RPMs go through the roof, and Lamb Chop's out of it trying to push it. Well, that's good. Good news is it pushes. Rear end or transmission, one or the other, but he 100% lost one of them. And to Justin Lamb's credit, it's why he's a 5-time world champion. Not only did he get that thing stopped by about 150 feet, he got it out of the racing groove right away. But it doesn't look like there's anything out there, and that's good. Bad break. Heads up driving. Troy Olsenowski is going to race Trey Vetter. It's going to be Troy or Trey in the finals, and we're about to find out who the other finals is going to be because this is a 2-for-1. Tony Mandela, the K-Automatic Duster, the Rancho Cucamonga farmer, or Ryan McClanahan. His family works in the tire business. San Bernardino's his home. The A-Modified Superstock Cobalt dialed 824. 3.01 seconds that Ryan McClanahan has to sit there and wait. And wait. And wait. All winners, all classes. Need you back in the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, Super Comp, need you back. McClanahan is away on the green, trying to chase down the Duster. Tony Mandela is way out there. Here comes McClanahan. He got him. Wow. Ryan McClanahan wins double breakout. Mandela took the stripe by 800ths and goes 11-14 on an 11-25. Ryan McClanahan goes 8:22 and gets the win. Pushing Tony Mandela out. It's going to be Ryan McClanahan heading to the final. The race is either Troy Olsenowski or Trey Vetter. Once again, I need Super Street, Stock, and Super Comp back to the lanes, please. Super Street, Stock, and Super Comp. All winners, all classes, but specifically we need those ones right now. Trey Vetter's 007 red, 85.8. And here comes Super Gas. $6 for alcohol cars. That still looks good, guys and gals. For anybody thinking we might be behind, we are the opposite. It's a good problem to have. Our goal is to be done with all finals for alcohol cars. Super Gas is the only one I think may be close on that regard. That's only because we have 3 more rounds to run, but here comes one of them. I think we can get 3 in an hour. Lindsey Larson and Chris Nafziger are going to kick things off. A pair of green lights. Never, ever good in a .90 class when it looked like a bracket race on the starting line. And Chris Nafziger is way out in front. Lindsey Larson just lifted. Nafziger goes 995 for the win. Lindsey was 101 on the tree. And Nafziger, who has a faster car than pretty much anybody left, sucked the nose out early, and Lindsey Larson just went, that's fine, have it. So Chris Nafziger into the round of 8. Meanwhile, Kerry Cost is red, and that's going to send Dan Davis into the next round. .991.6, 164 for the win. Kerry Cost was 34 red. Brent McKinney, Marco Paravallaris, the winner gets Nafziger in what will be a 2-for-1 to the finals. So a big run here. Womp, womp. 994 beats a 995. Marco getting it done. 006 taking 16 out the stripe to knock out Brent McKinney. Marco Paravallaris doing Marco Paravallaris-like things and going rounds. So it's going to be Marco and Chris for a trip to the final on one side. Dan Davis awaits the winner of Evan Kowalski. And Martin Lamas. And there's a 2-for-1 with Bill Botello and Dave Gotts turning the corner right now. A couple of cars that look like they wanted to be pro stock cars at one point. Maui style and these candy machines. Botello left. Gotts right. A trip to the semifinals on the line. And they're both green. A couple of mid-2000s Grand Ams. Gotts creeping over. Judge the stripe, take it and win it. 992 beats a 996. Botello missed the tree. Dave Gotts with 021, 992. Dave Gotts gets a free ride to the semifinals, where he raced either Dan Davis or the winner of this race. It's Evan Kowalski. That's Martin Lamas. Riverside Transmission. That's Evan Kowalski's machine on the left. Evan, who is still doubled in stock and super gas. Martin Lamas gets way out there, and here comes Evan for the win. 992, and Lamas breaks out. took the stripe by 400. He broke out by 8 thou. Ouch. And Evan Kowalski can come back to race Dan Davis. Sounds like it's going to be a minute or two. We're waiting on cars to make their way back around. We need our Sportsman Motorcycle Final if you're not here. We need our Top Sportsman Final if you're not here. I need my Super Street Semifinals if you're not here. I need my Stock Eliminator Quarters if you're not here. Evan Kowalski notwithstanding. And I need my Super Comp Quarters. That should all be in the lanes. And gals. Dave Ackert and Jess Dale. This is Super Street. This is, please stand by. Waiting. Burp, burp. Semifinals. Trent Green, get there first. Don't go quicker than 10:90, and you get an invite back to race for a Wally. Isn't that nice? They gave me permission to give out Wallies this weekend. Sarah Jane, no, the Top Sportsman Final has not run yet. Wow. And the battle who wanted to have the more mediocre light, the winner is Jess Dale. How about that? Oh, man. Dead on 1 beats Dead on 9 by 100th when Jess was 71 and Dave was 73 on the line. Like, Jess and Dave are going to get out and look at each other and be like, hey, did you like your light? No. Did you like your light? No. But, hey, Dead on 1 beats Dead on 9. Let's just, cross out the RT part of the time slip when we post it, and Jess Dale gets to go race for a Wally. Jess Dale will race either Dave Kiesel or Michael Lowe. And they're both green. Kiesel left, Lowe right. Kiesel way out there. Lowe comes off the throttle stop, puffing smoke out the back of that Mustang at the finish line. Is he going to get there? No. Win light, Dave Kiesel. 10:91.1 at a $1.30. Gets it done with an 0:22 light. Michael Lowe couldn't run the number. 10:94.5 was 14 on the tree. Had the better light, couldn't run the number. Win light, David Kiesel. David Kiesel, Jess Dale. They're going to race for the Wally in Super Street. I have one Super Comp car. That's a good start. All winners, all classes, in case you didn't hear me the first time. What? All winners, all classes. Race cars. That's what we would like. If you're still in eliminations, we would like to see race cars. Yes. Alcohol, we are still on track for 6. All right, there we go. Stock Eliminator. Turn the corner. And we're going to kick things off with the ladder die for the round. This is Arizona's Derek Steven. The D-Automatic Nova. Casa Grande is home. I'm looking down. I see our top sportsman final round. I see a handful of super compers. I don't see enough super compers. We are running alcohol at 6 o'clock. We're really trying to be done by then, folks. Or worst case, down to finals. Derek Steven hits the trees 0-17. Derek Steven gets to the stripe and runs 11.89. 111 miles per hour. Takes a trip to the semifinals. And here comes Bob Gullett and Evan Kowalski. The factory stock E-machine, that's Evan, the Riverside Transmission Team, dialed 1012. Bob Gullett's dialed 1095. The F-Stocker, clutched Chevy 2 out of Canada. And we got a heads up behind him for a trip to the semis. Uh-oh, Evan Kowalski spun the tire. Does Bob Gullett know it is the question? The answer is yes, 11.05 for Bob Gullett. And a trip to the final round for the clutch car. Evan Kowalski spun the tire. Bob Gullett goes 11.05 and gets the win. Lifting off down there. He was 007 dropping the clutch. Evan Kowalski was 95 and spun. And Bob Gullett gets to go to the final round. He's got to come back, obviously, and take the tree in the semis. And stand by. We have a heads-up stock quarterfinal coming, but they are going to run a drag first from where Evan just took the tire off. Meanwhile, Dwayne Scheitlen and Darren Grosey are ready to go. Our top sportsman finalists are getting strapped into their cars. Our sportsman motorcycle finalists are here. I see more Super Cup cars. That's good. Although we're missing a pair. Trey Vetter. Hey, there's one of the ones we're missing. Trey Vetter. Trey Vetter, we need your Super Comper up here, bud. Coming around the corner? That makes sense. Hey, listen up. For those of you who are hanging out up here on the starting line, if you have a golf cart or a scooter that's parked in the winner's circle, for those of you who don't know where that's at here at Famoso, it's in the staging lanes, just right up near the front of the lanes, all the way over in lane number 10, up against the wall in the tower. If you could please move those, we would appreciate it. We do already have a winner. We got a couple more we're about to crown. And we would like to be able to start taking pictures as soon as possible as we crown them so that we are not all here all night. We would really, really appreciate it if you're up here on the starting line. Just do us a favor and move it. Honestly, you can move it to the other side of the staging lanes up against the fence. We don't need 8 lanes at this point, obviously. Just drive them straight across, stick them in lane 1 up against the fence if you want. Or move them farther back or farther forward. But just open up a space for us there where we can use the winner's circle. It's right between the couple of SUVs that are parked here and the crosswalk before the Alcohol Funny car. We need to keep that whole area clear. Of course, as I say this, I watch somebody pull up and park their golf cart there. You who parked your golf cart, please move it. You. Hi. Yes, thank you. I know. I saw you see me. Thank you. Yes, we need to keep the whole area clear and get it cleared out. Please and thank you. Much appreciated. All right, here we go. Heads up. A stock automatic for a trip to the semifinals with Derek Steven awaiting. Darren Grossi left. The 426 Plymouth Fury. And Dwayne Sheitlin right. A 440 cubic inch Dodge Challenger RT. In qualifying, Dwayne Sheitlin was number 2. Off the starting line, identical. And I got to tell you, Dwayne Sheitlin don't have the race car. Darren Grossi goes 10:03 for the win. Dwayne Sheitlin was slow early and just never made it up. And Darren Grossi gets it done. 34 on the tree for both cars. 10:03.9. Darren Grossi takes to Plymouth in the semifinals, where he will race Derek Steven. Bob Gullett on the other side is going to get a free ride to the final. And we're down to 3 in stock. And here comes your final round for Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman final. Turn in the corner. Top Dragster, Super Stock, Super Gas. We need you here. Top Dragster, Super Stock, and Super Gas. I need you to lanes, please. I realize Trey Vetter is sitting in a Super Comp car back here. As soon as you get down there, we would appreciate it if you could jump on into the Super Stocker and head this way as well. What do you say we hand out another Wally? This one's going to be Top Sportsman. Carl Hagen and Rich Okerman. Carl dialed 744 in the Avenger in the left lane. The Bakersfield native trying to win at his home track here at Famoso Drag Strip. And Rich Okerman, the Torrance native, in the Beretta on the right. They are dialed 24 apart. And both green. Carl Hagen's going to win at his home track, 747 on a 744. He was fourth out better in reaction time. He took 27 at the stripe. And Carl Hagen is your winner and Top Sportsman. He knocks out Rich Okerman, number 5 in the world a year ago. Big time win for Carl Hagen. He gets it done right here at Famoso, 25 minutes from his own home in Bakersfield. Super Comps turning the corner. This is Super Comp. That's Steve Parsons. It was 889.7 on the 890. On the laddered by. We have a racer in need we will tell you about in a moment. Val Torres, Tanner Hyatt. The winner here gets Steve Parsons in the roadster. Did he do this once? I could be wrong. I thought he did this once. Val Torres with a perfect light goes 891 for the win. Tanner Hyatt's 13 on the tree, 888.2. Broke out, getting there first by 19th thou. Val Torres. Moving on to face Steve Parsons in the semis. Perfect light, Val Torres. Left a 1 thou window. Sorry, Tanner. Trey Vetter, Gabe Torres, 2 for 1. Winner here is going to race for a Wally. Val is keeping the Torres family reunion in the final round alive. Let's see if Gabe can do his job. Trey Vetter still has a chance to double up. He's alive in Super Comp and Super Stock. They both flicker the bulb. They're both green. love this class. I love this class. Trey Vetter's perfect on the tree in an 891.5. How about back-to-back perfect lights over on the three-way Chevrolet side to take the win? I see Mike walking away shaking his head. I see that. Yeah, I see that. 891.5 for the win. Trey Vetter's perfect. Val Torres is perfect. Hey, I think those two should pick their lane based on reaction time. Oh, wait, they can't. Let's flip a coin. Gabe Torres was 005. I mean, Gabe Torres did his job. He's 005, 892. Didn't really run the number as much. I mean, also, we got down there like, really? Really? I'm really not going to get there? Trey Vetter will race for a Wally in Super Comp. Has a chance to defend his own Brodick bounty. He's either going to race Val Torres or Mr. Parsons. Super Street Final. Why don't you guys head on down? We could use it here, please. Super Street Final. Let's start knocking them out. Top Dragster, Super Stock, Super Gas. Need you all. All right, listen up. We have a racer in need. Racer in need of some parts for a big block Chevy. We need an 8300 135 wall push rod, an 8300 135 wall push rod, and a 175 T&D rocker. Sportsman Motorcycle Final doing the burnout. If you happen to have an 8300 135 wall push rod and a 175 T&D rocker for a big block Chevy, please come to the tower. We have a racer in need. Tom Medlin left, Rick Newport right. Tom Medlin has been nasty all weekend on that motorcycle, and he's been able to take it to the final. He takes on Rick Newport. Mac O'Toole's bike in the right lane out of Utah. Vegas is his home track. Tom, who plays in the pro stock motorcycle world from time to time, or Rick, I should say, dialed 824. Tom's dialed 818, the four-time division champion. Both motorcycles in. Full tree left, pro tree right. Rick Newport left on him, and Rick Newport wins it 825-9, 153 for the win. Tom Medlin is dead on one, but a 126 reaction time. Tom Medlin hadn't missed the tree all weekend, picked a terrible time to do it. Is 126 on the tree. And Rick Newport, congratulations to the Matco team out of Utah. They pick up win number 1 this weekend here in Sportsman Motorcycles. Top Dragster turns the corner. While we're at it, Stock Eliminator Semis. Why don't you head on back? Stock Semis, we could use you here. Come on down. Damon Bustamante and Ed Open. Once again, if you are parked in front of the winner's circle, I see somebody in a golf cart down there with a red shirt, looks like. In staging lanes, we need you to move, please. We're going to start using that. Just literally move right across the staging lane over to the chain link fence. You'd be just fine for us there. Thank you very much. Everybody else is down there. Please don't park there. Alcohol, dragster, and funny car to the staging lanes, please. Funny cars first, alcohol, fun car, alcohol, dragster. Final qualifying to the lanes, please. This is top dragster. This is the semifinals. Cody Weber's going to get a free ride. He's either going to race Ed Open or Damon Bustamante. Ed's off. Damon's off. They're both green. 723 on the right. 669 on the left. Is it going to be Ed or Damon? It's going to be Damon. 670 with an 8 at 195. Damon Bustamante takes 100th at the stripe. Drives around Ed Open for the win. We're missing 2 super gas cars. Need you here. Pair of super gassers. We need to the lanes, please. Damon Bustamante is going to race Cody Weber in the final round. I'm not sure how often those two have raced in Top Dragster, but I know they've raced a few times in Super Comp. Super Gas, we're missing a pair of you. And everybody else is up here getting climbed into their race car. So we could use you here ASAP. Cody Weber's dialed 672. Hits the tree at 015. And goes 681 to 189, or 169 rather, miles per hour. Lifting early. Chad Axford, come on up to the tower. Greg Boutte has a present for you. Chad Axford, come to the tower. Greg Boutte not only has a present for you, but he has great sales pitch as well. Chad Axford, come on back, please. Here we go. Super gas. Dan Davis left. Evan Kowalski right. The winner here gets Dave Gotts in semis. Their reaction times were identical. Evan Kowalski gets the win as Dan Davis breaks out by 5 thou, taking 27 at the stripe. Evan Kowalski was 992 off the gas at $1.53, gave up the stripe and realized he wasn't going to catch him, and Dan Davis took too big of a bite. On identical reaction times, Evan Kowalski remains alive for the double. He will race Dave Gotts in the semi, and here's a 2-for-1 to the final. Christopher Nafziger left and Marco Perovalaris right. Winner here will race for the Wally in Super Gas. A couple of big speed, big performance cars, a couple of really good drivers, and a couple of green lights. It's Marco for the win. How about a 991-1 beats a 990 with a 4 by 5 thousandths of a second. Marco Perovalaris snugged it up on Chris Nafziger at 166 miles per hour. Marco was 005. Chris was 017. Marco Perovalaris by 5 thou cashes his ticket to the final round, where he will race Evan Kowalski or this man, Dave Gotts. Alcohol cars, need you to the lanes, please. You're 10 minutes from running. Alcohol cars to the lanes. Six o'clock should not be a surprise. Dave Gotts, 988.4 with a 14 late to head to the semis. I see a super streeter, which means we're missing a second super streeter. I see a couple of stock eliminator cars back there. Super stock is here and ready to go. It is likely what we will run next. I need Super Street. I'm missing a car in Super Street. I believe it's Dave Kiesel we're missing. I think that's Jess Dale back there. It is. Missing Dave Kiesel in Super Street. Need you to the front of the lanes, please. Super stock is ready to go. Ryan McClanahan going to climb into his race car. We are going to get them rolled up here momentarily. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. I think we're missing one in Stock Eliminator. Need you back. We're missing one car in Stock Eliminator. We need you back, please. Never mind. Here comes the last one. Look at that. Thank you for playing nicely, folks. We appreciate it. But that's not bad. I said I wanted to be in the finals in every class before we ran alcohol. And I think we're going to just come up short. And I mean just short. Ryan McClanahan on the solo shot here. This is super stock. Goes 11 red, 837.6. You get the free ride into the final. Ryan ran it out, 837.6, 137. Might maybe run it all the way to the finish line. He will come back in the final. He is going to race either Trey Vetter or Troy Olszanowski. Troy Olszanowski, 1178 the dial in for the boo in the right lane. Trey Vetter dialed 986. The Camaro on the left. The winner here gets Ryan McClanahan in the finals. Both green. The chase is on. $9.93. Trey Vetter gets it done. Trey Vetter will head to the final round in Super Stock and Super Comp, where he has a bye run to the finals next time up in the 890 car. Troy Olszanowski got there first by 0.06. He broke out by 0.06. I think Trey Vetter will tell you he got away with one a little bit there. That a 993 on 986 is good enough. Olszanowski got there first by 0.0598. We'll call it 600. Trey Vetter, 993-1. I just hear sister just went to number 1 in St. Louis. Look at that. Mike, I might be breaking news to you as you're walking back there, but your daughter's number 1 qualifier in St. Louis. For now. And here comes Stock Eliminator. Here comes Derek Steven and Darren Grossi. The winner's going to race Bob Gullett, who looks like he's just going to come up and take the tree because he's not rolled into the water box behind him. Who can really blame him at this point? Darren Grossi dialed 1021. That's the Fury in the left lane. Derek Stevens Nova's dialed 11. 72. Darren, who had to win a heads up to get here. Derek Steven goes red. Oh, 44. Oh, my. And Darren Grossi missed the tree. Makes it even worse. 11:71.6 with 44 red light for Derek Steven. Darren Grossi goes 10:19 on a 10:21 with an 0:98 reaction time. The race was there for Derek Steven if he turned it green. Gives Darren Grossi a gimme. It's going to be Darren. It's going to be Bob, who takes the tree in the final round of Stock Eliminator. And let's hand out one more Wally before we run alcohol cars. What do you say? We'll do it in Super Street. Dave Kiesel and Jess Dale turn the corner. $10.90 goes up on the scoreboards. David Kiesel rolled through, and Jess Dale is going to win it. 11:86, 96 miles per hour. The 128 reaction time's probably a reaction to watching Dave Kiesel roll through. You get this far if you're Dave Kiesel. That is a brutal, brutal way to lose it. Congratulations to Jess Dale. And the team out of Washington made the trip all the way down here to race in Bakersfield. They don't get a lot of hits at it in Super Street. Don't get a lot of hits at it up in D6. Jess came all the way down here and he took it to them. All the boys and girls out of D7. They consider this a home track. Not this weekend. Not today. Jess Dale, Super Street winner in race number 1 this weekend. Oh, there will be a chance for revenge. Trust me. But it's not going to happen tonight. Jess Dale, your Super Street winner in race number 1. Track prep underway. Alcohol final qualifying coming your way next. We're going to set the ladder for Funny Car. We're going to set the field for Alcohol Dragster because we got 3 more cars and we have spots to race on Saturday. All right, track prep finishing up. Alcohol cars are at the ready line. I need all cars, all classes back to the staging lanes, please. All cars, all classes. We want to be able to roll right into this and get done when we are done. I would imagine, preferably, that we would absolutely love to begin with Super Comp and Super Gas, seeing as how they still have a semifinal to run. So Super Comp and Super Gas, you'll be the first two classes out after all cars. We need you to the lanes so we can have that ready to go, and then we'll roll into finals. Please and thank you. All right, here we go. Alcohol Fun Car has turned the corner, and we're going to kick things off with Will Martin on a solo shot. The Martin family HVAC team. The car they call Clean Slate. My understanding is that Mike Ducanian has withdrawn from the event, or will be. Now, maybe I was misled, but that's the rumor that I heard. And based on the fact that I don't currently see the car in the lanes, I'm led to believe that rumor's true. So we'll be down to 3 for Funny Car, and boy, that makes being number 1 important because it'd give you a bye run in round number 1. Right now, number 1 is Chris Marshall by 3 thou over Ryan Howe. Here comes Will Martin. Will Martin going to get a solo shot here. Good to have JP Gutierrez out here, so I'm walking through the lanes. Eric Gates. Good run for Will Martin. 5.66.1, 260 miles per hour. Will Martin and that team make their best run of the weekend. Nice, straight, smooth. Looks like they've been doing it for years, doesn't it? And hugs and high fives on the starting line, rightfully so. Great run for Will Martin. Chris Marshall, Brian Howe, the battle for the number 1 spot. Comes down to this. And the bye run that will come with it if Mike Dushganian does, in fact, pull out. Brian Howell, Cascade Trailer Sales, Oregon Motor Coach, Ram Trucking, Rad Pork Systems Machine, Lucas Oil, NGK, on the left lane. And Chris Marshall owns an auto body and paint shop. His wife Brianna up in Oregon, driving the Miner Brothers machine. Greg Miner, that operation, a torque converter car. Brian Howe utilizing two-step on the clutch. .555.5. Chris Marshall throws one down and earns the round one bye in the process. 5.555, 259 miles per hour. Brian Howe goes 5.57.2 at 261. He will race Will Martin in round one, and as long as Mikey D does in fact pull out as he has said he will do, Chris Marshall will get a free ride to the final come tomorrow. Here come the dragsters. We have 11 alcohol dragsters. We got 8 spots on the ladder. Shonda Bensler. Beautiful new race car. Conditions should be better than any we've seen here this weekend. Funny Cars just proved it. It's 85 degrees out, 2913 on the density altitude. And Shonda Blenzler, if she wants to punch her way in the field, is going to need to find a way to run quicker than Casey Gristle's 5:54. I'm going to guess you're going to need to be in the 40s. Once again, it doesn't get to 60 feet before it shuts off. They are fighting some gremlins with that new race car. It's a beautiful machine. I can't wait to see it go down the track and make some good runs. I know that day is coming. That day was not this weekend. $16.92 for Shonda. We'll end the weekend down in the 11th spot in alcohol dragster. But I'm telling you, that is a pretty race car. it goes like this. If either Jerry Coomray or Casey Mella want to race this weekend, they need to run better than a 5:54.5 right now. If they both want to race this weekend, they will both need to outrun Ron Anderson's 5:47.0. For Casey, I do believe that would mean running a career best. For Jerry, it would not, but it'd mean getting this car to go down the track on all 8 cylinders. And so far this weekend, this car hasn't gotten past 300 feet on all 3 cylinders. Torco Race Fuels car. Jerry Coomray. Roanoke Park, California. Dealer of manufactured homes. And Casey Mella. Runs a daycare business in Loletta. Driving the Jerry and Betty Brazil machine. The bump spot, a 5.545. Car that holds it is in a water box. Already better for both cars, and it's a 5.82.9 for Jerry Coomray, who again had it lay over on the big end of the track. Casey Mella goes 5.65.9, and the field is set in Top Alcohol Dragster. The Brazil team came up and made 3 good runs today, but none of them were quick enough to put them in the show. Casey Mella 5.65.9 at 250. Jerry Coomray goes 5.82.9, but again, the car that won't run into the 230s for whatever reason in a class where you need to be running in the 260s. And that's going to put Ron Anderson into the field. It's also going to put Casey Gristle into the field. Ron Anderson, the Ty Brown tuned Dr. Lipbang's machine. The cosmetics manufacturer of Chatsworth. Ron is currently the number 7 qualifier to 5:47. The car has run good speed. It's been the 3rd fastest car on the property in both runs. It has struggled to get going down low. That's better, and he has to pedal a couple times. And goes 5.69.1 at 2.65. Boy, it was 9.55 to 60 feet, and I thought, here we go. Ron Anderson's going to be on his way to a 30. But the pedals out there mid-track negated any opportunity for that. 5.69.1, though. It's not bad. considering he was out there going womp, womp, womp like a super comp car at half track. Randy Akins turns the corner, and he will be up next. Whoops. So Randy Akins' car came to life and then went silent. Let's try it again. Randy brings it over to Nitro. And gets set to bring it into the water box. Randy Akins, number 4 qualifier, trying to improve. Well, it's got a cylinder out. Ugh. Labors to 548, 258 miles per hour. I tell you what, if that car kept it lit the entire way down the track, it was going to be a good run. But a 548, still at 258 miles per hour. Randy actually just made his fastest run of the weekend. Not his quickest, but his fastest. 9:45 to 60 feet. I mean, that thing looked like the Polar Express out there about 600 feet, spraying nitro out the pipes like it was smoking out the coal stack. And here comes Mitch Myers and Chris Emke. Here's Johnny Otten has chose not to make the run this round. Casey Gristle and Sean Cowie behind him. Super Gas and Super Comp are behind them. Mitch Myers, Hermiston, Oregon is his home. IFA, that's the host company he operates. Currently qualified 5th at a 5:43. Chris Demke, Valencia, California is his home. Peenwright, Boost Performance. Jerry Mattern's team. Kevin Watson tunes it. Since I know his dad's watching, Dylan Reniski's working on it this weekend. 2014 World Champs currently qualifying 3rd. A 5:44.2 for Mitch Myers, who has a consistent dragster. A 5:46.6 for Chris Demke, who slows down a tenth of a second. He does run 269 miles per hour, his fastest run of the weekend. And here comes Sean Cowie. Bob Gullett, stock eliminator. Bob Gullett needs you to lane 2, please. Bob Gullett needs you to lane 2, stock eliminator finals. All cars, all classes need you guys to lanes in 1 and 2 if you are still in eliminations. I think Bob might be about the only car we're really missing. I know Trey Vetter's up here with a Super Comp car, which means he's not up here with a Super Stock car, and that makes a lot of sense. But everybody else, I need you up here to the lanes. Sean Cowie, your number one qualifier. There's one car behind him that can knock him out. It's Casey Gristle. It would take career best or close to it. Let's see if Sean can one-up his current 5.209, 276 miles per hour. This car's run a 520 and a 524. $521.7, 277. Top speed for Cowie so far, but not of the meet. But not his quickest run. Johnny Otten's 278 is the top speed of the meet for now. Sean Cowie, 277.4 is his fastest run. 521.7 is not his quickest. He'll stay number one with a 520 with a 9. Comes the final all car of the night, and it's Casey Gristle driving the Darian Gristle machine. And Casey Gristle's car is not going backwards at this point. It will still not go backwards. There it is. So Casey Gristle, who's currently the number 8 qualifier. Forget being number 1. He doesn't want to have to race number 1. I know that much. Not the way Sean Cowie's car is running. 5:54.5 is the best run Casey's made. If he wants to move up, he's got to run at least a 5:47.0 with a better speed than Ron Anderson's. If he can run a 5:46.6, he gets at least 2 spots. Dips into the 30s, he'll have lane choice. Final car for the alcohol ranks tonight. Not bad. 5:47.0, 260 miles per hour. Are you kidding me? Well, if you don't want to be number 8, you're going to run a 5:47.0 at faster than 269. And what did he do? He ran a 5:47.0 at 260. Casey Gristle will race Sean Cowie in round number 1 tomorrow. Ron Anderson and Johnny Otten. Johnny will have lane choice. Chris Dempke picks his lane over Mike Austin. Randy Akins picks his lane over Mitch Myers. That's how they'll line up in Top Alcohol Dragster. Casey Gristle made his best run. It's not good enough to move off of 8. He's going to have to climb up a wall to knock out Sean Cowie tomorrow. But I tell you what, I wouldn't count out Casey and Jerry and that team in the slightest bit. Here comes Super Comp semifinals. Val Torres and Steve Parsons for a trip to the Super Comp final and a date with Trey Vetter. They're off in green. And it's going to be Val Torres. He's dead on 4 for the win at 174 miles per hour. Val Torres with a 32 light left second. Steve Parsons with 024. Goes 892.5. And Val Torres will race Trey Vetter for the Wally and Super Comp. And here comes Trey Vetter. Matco Tools, Goodyear machine. Trey Vetter has a chance to take home multiple Wallies here tonight. He will race Ryan McClanahan in Super Stock. He will race Val Torres in Super Comp. $17 on the tree. Trey takes a crack in the right lane after rolling down the left a lot today and goes 897.6 at 143, lifting early. Gets all the info he needs. Trey Vetter, Val Torres. Final round. Come your way in Super Comp. And here comes Super Gas semis. After this, we're running for Wallies and everything. Evan Kowalski and Dave Gotts. Winner here will race Marco Paravalares. The Riverside Transmission Team on the right side, Evan Kowalski. The Maui-style Grand Am on the left is Dave Gotts. Pair of green lights. Evan Kowalski's got a win light. Evan Kowalski, 992 for the win as Dave Gotts got there first by 37 thousandths, but he ran a 987.3 to do it. Evan was 019, he left first. Evan Kowalski, Marco Paravalares. Stop me where you've heard that one before. Super Gas Final. And here comes Marco pair of Alaris. Marco's 14 on the tree. $988.4, $169. Top dragster final round. Turning the corner. It's going to be Damon Bustamante and Cody Weber. I said it earlier. I'm guessing these two have raced more than once. But I'm not sure they've raced a whole lot in top dragster. Super comp, yes. Top dragster, not as much. Cody's dialing 669. Damon's dialing 669. Leave it to these two to turn a top dragster final into a super comp race. Just doing some change quicker. They do side-by-side burnouts. Couple of Division 7 stalwarts, couple of young guns in the class, couple of heavy hitters on this side of the world. Damon, who lives in Upland, about a 2-hour drive south of here, and Cody lives in Kingman, Arizona. It's probably, 5 or 6 hours as the wind blows. Cody, the Jakes All-Stars champion in his class back in 2020. Damon, Solana Trucking and Detail, in our Construction Merit Oil car. Cody Weber, the Sure-Way machine. They're both in. They're dialed the same. And they're off and running. Cody Weber gave it up down there, and it's Damon Bustamante for the win. 670 with a 3. Cody Weber got there second, still broke out by fourth thou. He had no choice. Damon Bustamante for the win. 29 on the tree, 670 with a 3. Damon got it done. Hangs on by 8 thou out in front. Cody Weber missed it a little bit. And they both had to know it because they were dialed the same. That when they left the starting line, Damon was in control. Cody Weber got down there, killed 6 miles per hour. Damon went, all right, I'll back into you as well. Damon Bustamante, 670 with a 3 on a 669 for the win. Cody Weber breaks out, getting their second. Congratulations to Damon and Doc and the whole family, the top dragster champs. And here we go. Stock Eliminator, final round. Darren Grossi, the A-Stock automatic machine, dialed 1019, the Fury in the left lane. Bob Gullett, in from Calgary, Alberta, the F-Stocker, the clutch car. Charlene went out early. Bob got to the final. He doesn't want to go home without the Wally. Or not home, but into tomorrow. And he won't. Red light, Darren Grossi, 003 red. Bob Gullett's going to win it in Stock Eliminator. And he missed the tree, but he gets the win. 11-10, lifting down there. Bob Gullett for the win. Was 151, dropping the clutch, and when Darren Grossi sees that time slip, he's going to be ill. 003 red when your opponent's 151 in the final. I can think of a lot of bad ways to win. That one's pretty bad for Darren Grossi. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. For Bob Gullett, did his job all day, dropping the clutch. And when the final came around, he missed it a little bit, but he got the win. You don't have to be great in every round to win a drag race. Sometimes you need it to go your way, and for Bob Gullett, it sure did there. Congratulations to Bob and the team. A Wally for Canada, eh? And here comes nothing. I had to turn around. I think about it. I was like, wait, here comes Super Stock. No, we got to wait for Trey Vetter. One half of Super Stock final is here. Trey Vetter should be climbing into his other car to get it up here. And take on Ryan McClanahan, who is here. 3 finals to go. That's all we have left. Trey Vetter's in 2 of them.